Good morning, everyone. To everyone who is tuning in on the YouTube stream, we have the YouTube link up and running. So if there are any teams or drivers who wish to share out the link to their friends or families who might want to keep up to date with all the racing going on, it is all on my YouTube channel, Milky Cereal. And, well, even more excitingly, we have timings working. Because usually I've had some issues trying to get those timings to pop up, but now they are working beautifully. We've got a camera overlooking part of the circuit as well, so make sure you smile and wave when you come into the pit lane. Let's run through once again the teams racing today. In the D-Max class, we have D&H Max Racing, Modernized Racing, Spanish Armada, Connor Sport Carters, Formula None, Cole Clark Racing, Beanie Sport, King Brothers Racing, Winona Racing, and Carnage. And in the Sodi category, we've got Cool Runnings, still my favourite name of all the teams, DNHA Racing, DNHB Racing, BBRN, Fronsdorf Racing, St Albans Strollers, Gold Star Racing, Amateur Hour Racing, Driven by Us Academy, Dysfunctional Racing Team, Full On Mate, Mostly Furious, Team MK, and Team HH. So a total of 10 teams in the D-Max category and 14 teams in the Sodi class. And we're getting a lot of our drivers making their way into pit lane to get their karts fueled up ahead of their 10 minutes of qualifying. That will be starting in about 10 or so minutes. We're going to be kicking off our qualifying with the D-Max qualifying session. We'll bring in all the D-Maxes at the end of their 10 minutes, and then we will send out the Sodis for their qualifying before getting underway with the start for our 3-hour long endurance race. Currently at the top of the times, who do we have? It is the King Brothers Racing with the best time of a 106.3. And then we've got Cole Clark Racing with a 106.5, just under 2/10 separating the two teams at the sharp end of the field. And not really too surprising considering the drivers at the wheel for the two squads. King Brothers Racing with William Stevenson in that squad, a very quick driver and a tester as well here at Daytona Milton Keynes. And then Cole Clark Racing with the likes of Matthew Glazebrook, current Sodi champion, and James Brown, former Sodi heavyweight champion, came second in the D-Max category. And if anyone is on the stream wondering how the timings work with the numbers, all of the three-digit carts, so for example 101, 124, those are all the D-Maxes. Those are the more powerful two-stroke carts. Whereas all of the single-digit or double-digit carts, they are our Sodis. So the four-stroke carts that are about 8 seconds or so slower a lap, maybe 10 seconds, as I do believe we are running with one of the chicanes. Attention paddock, attention paddock. D-Max qualifying will be starting in 9 minutes. There is a countdown on the Digi flag. Oh, apparently it's under 8 minutes now. So keep your eyes on that Digi flag and please get your qualifying drivers ready so that once that flag hits 0, we can get you out on circuit straight away and you don't miss any critical qualifying time. So, the final results in practice. King Brothers Racing, Cole Clark Racing at the top of the D-Max class with D&H Max Racing in third. Then comes Modernized Racing, Beanie Sport Racing, Winona Racing, Spanish Armada, Formula None, Kerner Sport Karters, and Team Carnage. And then we look over to our Sodi category, and the Sodis are incredibly close. You're talking about 6/10 separating the top 7 teams. It's 3/10 separating the top, from second down to 7th. DNHA Racing at the top of the times with a 1 minute 18.0, 3/10 clear of Gold Star Racing, who are able to put in a 1 minute 18.3. Then comes Team MK on a 1:18.4. Also on a 1:18.4 is Team HW, a 1:18.5 for Amateur Hour Racing and Dysfunctional Racing Team, and a 1:18.6 for Full On Mate Racing Team. Then we've got Driven Bias Academy, DNHB Racing, Mostly Furious, Cool Runnings, Fronsdorf Racing, St. Albans Strollers, and BBRN. Now, there are a few clouds dotted over the sky here at Daytona Milton Keynes, and I am wondering if any of those contain a little bit of rain for us. A bit of rain to spice up the action would definitely be fun, especially if it comes down in the middle of the race. I know we had a bit of race over at Spa-Francorchamps for the Formula 1 sprint race, and even for qualifying on Friday as well, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully we get a little bit of that rain action, and if some of the rain does come through, I hope our drivers have some wetsuits. Otherwise they're going to be coming out of their cart absolutely soaking wet, and I've been in that position many times, and it is not pleasant to go out or come out of your cart soaking wet. It's very hard to get changed out of your clothes, which tends to be the main issue. We are only 4 minutes away from qualifying. And something interesting to mention is with this qualifying session, drivers can do as many laps as they want in those 10 minutes. Now, because there is a certain amount of fuel in the kart, drivers cannot fuel during qualifying, which means that the longer they spend in qualifying, the less fuel they'll have in their kart for the start of the race, which theoretically means for that first pit stop, they might have to spend a little bit longer and lose a bit of time in the stop. So there is a bit of strategy to be played. How long do you want to stay out in qualifying? Can you get that banker, that quick lap in as quickly as possible? And then once you do set that lap time, are you brave enough to pull the kart in for the rest of qualifying? So we can see a few of our D-Max drivers getting themselves ready and making their way into pit lane. So the time to beat then in the D-Max category, you're looking at the mid 106s. Now remember, in practice we had both D-Maxes and Sodis out on circuit, which results in us being in the situation where a lot of the D-Maxes can't get in perfectly clean laps because they have to be lapping the Sodi karts. So I'm actually expecting the pole time for the D-Maxes to be a little bit quicker than the 106.3 that we saw from King Brothers Racing. And we'll see whether they can maybe even squeak into those 105s. Seeing William Stevenson getting ready for King Brothers Racing. We're at the top of the times for the practice session. And he'll be looking to top the times in qualifying as well. So, the timing screens have been reset, and we're about to get these D-Maxes fired up and to the end of pit lane, so we can get 10 minutes of qualifying for the D-Maxes started. Well, with 10 minutes of qualifying, that is the equivalent of about 9 complete laps that everyone should be able to get. Assuming that everyone's running at about 1 minute 5 to 1 minute 10. And the other thing that comes into play is, do people look for a spot of clean air? Will Stevenson, starting right towards the back of the train, waste no time whatsoever to start picking his way through the field and try to make his way to the very front of the train where he can get himself some nice clean air. Remember, your top 3 in practice: King Brothers Racing from Cole Clark Racing, and then D&H Max Racing. And will it be in that same order again as our karts are making their way out from the bottom of the hill, turn 8, and up the hill and back into view as they head into turn 9. And as here is James Brown making his way out of pit lane. Now, will he come out into clean air? I think he just about will. As Amy Yerger tries to go up the inside into turn 1. Can't quite pull up alongside. And James Brown finds himself in a lot of clean air for Cole Clark Racing. James Brown, who did the last season of the Milton Keynes Super Champs in the D-Max heavyweight class, having changed classes after racing in the Sodis and N35s in the previous season, as Amy Yerger has moved up into second in the train and has Will Stevenson not too far behind her. Currently topping the times is Beanie Sport Racing with a 1 minute 11.5, but we are expecting the times to be improving by around about 5 seconds compared to that. And you can see Amy Yerger has already got a bit of a gap to the driver she overtook not that long ago. And just behind her is Mr. Will Stevenson, kart tester here at Daytona Milton Keynes, but he's taken off the kart testing suit and put on the racing suit. That is very, very quick today as well. So King Brothers Racing to the top of the times with a 106.9. 8 tenths clear of Beanie Sport Racing and Cole Clark Racing. Team Carnage have just exited pit lane as well. So we now have all of our D-Max karts out on circuit. I think this is Formula None making their way around the final corner. We'll see whether this will be an improvement on their 1:17.6, and it is indeed a 1:11.2, and now just 7/10 shy of Kernersport Carter's, 4.2 seconds separating the field of 10 drivers. Well, I say 10 drivers. Team Carnage yet to put in a lap. Here is James Brown, though, making his way through turn 10 and into the final corner, turn 11. Will Stevenson has already found a way through on Amy Yerger heading into the final corner. So I think now we're going to start to see more representative lap times, maybe some low 106s as well. James Brown, a 106.4. And for Will Stevenson, a 106.6, so 2/10 between those top two teams, with Beanie Sport racing in third ahead of Modernized Racing. Amy Yerger for D&H Max only able to get a 108.2 in, so about 1.5 seconds shy of the personal best set by D&H Max Racing in the practice session. Team Carnage, a 1:17.8 for their first completed lap. But now for King Brothers Racing, clean air for William Stevenson as they head down and out of turn 8. And here is James Brown heading into the long left-hander of turn 9. As the track is slowly getting hotter and hotter, grippier and grippier. But sometimes when the track gets grippier, it also gets slower. Here comes James Brown then through the final corner for Cole Clark Racing. They are currently on for provisional pole with a 106.4. Can they improve on this lap time? They can indeed, a 106.406. What about Will Stevenson? A 106.304. And with that, it means that both teams have improved on their best lap time from practice, just by a few hundredths of a second, but improve they have nonetheless. Beanie Sport Racing also improving a 106.5. So your top three separated by just 2/10 of a second. Beanie Sport Racing putting in a very, very impressive qualifying session so far. That's a team of Cameron Lewis, Alex Kirkbright, Christopher Noah, and Tyler Lasner. Modernized Racing are currently sitting in fourth ahead of D&H Max Racing, with just over a second separating the top 5 karts. Here is James Brown once again heading through turn 10 and towards turn 11. And only a couple of minutes will be remaining in this qualifying session. James Brown then over the line for Cole Clark Racing. It's an improvement, a 106.259, pips King Brothers by 0.5 of a second, but William Stevenson improves yet again with a 106.1 and pulls to nearly an entire 10th clear of James Brown as we get very, very close to some 105s. Beanie Sport Racing with a 106.94 off their personal best. Modernized Racing with a 107.0. They improve, as does Amy Yerger for D&H Max Racing, also with a 107.0, now sitting in P5. Then comes Kernersport Carters, Winona Racing, Formula None, Spanish Armada, and Team Carnage having just improved with a 114.0. This time round, though, it is only a 116. So still incredibly, incredibly tight at the top end of the field. As here are James Brown and William Stevenson once again coming into view. And then it's Amy Yerger, followed by Beanie Sport Racing. I do believe that is Beanie Sport in the white suit and the white helmet. James Brown then over the line. Can he improve? He can. It's a 106.0, but it's another improvement from William Stevenson, a 105.7. 3.5 tenths clear of Cole Clark Racing. Beanie Sport Racing cannot improve on their most recent lap, a 117.4. And for Amy Yerger, 1,000th off her fastest lap, a 107.099. And still just a tenth shy of Modernized Racing. The yellow flag as well in turn 10. A couple of karts have spun. Now, I'm not sure if there was collision between the two of them, but right now it's looking like a straight dogfight between Will Stevenson and James Brown. here is James Brown through turn 10. And then you can see the gap from Will Stevenson to Amy Yerger. And Modernised Racing, I believe, is in the white suit and the white helmet because they backed off on their most recent lap to give themselves some space so that they wouldn't potentially be held up by Amy. William Stevenson, 106.3 that time around, or 106.1 for James Brown. So no improvements at the top of the times. What about D&H Max Racing? They do improve a 107.07, but it's only 200ths better than their personal best, and they still have another 700ths to find if they want to jump ahead of Modernised Racing. Winona Racing also improved with a 107.898. And Winona Racing is the squad of Sid Brewerton and Ben Brewerton. Improvement for Spanish Armada with a 109.294, 3.5 seconds separating your top 9 karts. And then Team Carnage currently struggling with a best time of a 114.0. Here comes James Brown then, followed closely, well I say closely, followed a few seconds back by William Stevenson across the line then. A 106.0 for James Brown once again. And it is a 105.8 for Will Stevenson. So again, quick times from the pair, but not enough to improve on their personal bests. Amy Yerger over the line, a 107.3. What about Modernised Racing? A 106.919, a new personal best, but still 4/10 shy of the lap time set by Beanie Sport, 106.518. Kerner Sport Karters improving with a 107.9. They're just half a tenth shy of Winona Racing currently. Spanish Armada with that 109.294, half second off Formula None currently. Good improvement from Team Carnage with a 1 minute 12.8. And James Brown has now caught a little bit of traffic, so this definitely is not going to be an improvement, and the checkered flag is being readied, which means that Will Stevenson has practically secured pole. Into the pit comes James Brown, and Will Stevenson follows him into the pits. They don't want to waste any extra fuel. Amy Yerger is going to round the final corner. Current best of a 117.0. Needs to find a tenth of a second across the line then for Amy Yerger. And it is only a 107.319. A few more drivers entering into the pit lane. Modernised Racing also into the pits. 106.92 on their most recent lap time, and they will be starting from at most 4th place. So that might be Beanie Sport that have come into the pits. I still can't work out which one is Beanie Sport and which one is Modernised Racing. I think Modernised Racing just had an improvement, a 106.913. So, your qualifying results. King Brothers Racing on pole ahead of Cole Clark Racing, with Beanie Sport Racing and Modernised Racing completing your top 4. D&H Max Racing and Winona Racing will make up row 3, ahead of Kerner Sport Karters and Formula None. Spanish Armada and Team Carnage round out the field, and that is all subject to maybe some teams being potentially underweight and some penalties being applied. Now, we only have about 8 minutes or so before our next practice begins. So, for all of our Sodi karts, and Sodi teams I should say, can you please make sure that your qualifying driver is kitted up and ready to go, so we can get them into their karts and get qualifying underway as soon as the timer hits 0. Attention paddock, attention paddock. We have just 6 minutes until qualifying for the Sodi category. So qualifying then about to get underway for our Sodi category. A reminder that the quickest team in practice for the Sodi class was DNHA Racing, followed by Gold Star Racing. Then I would like to remind you what the rest of the practice order was, but I have forgotten. I think Team MK and Team HH were up there, as was, I want to say, Driven by Us Academy or Dysfunctional Racing Team. And we can start to see some of our Sodi karts already making their way to the end of pit lane. We've already had our DMAX qualifying session completed. We saw a 105.7, if memory serves me correctly, set by King Brothers Racing and William Stevenson. Indeed, it was a 105.7. And James Brown for Cole Clark Racing, a 106.0. Tantalizingly close to the 105s. But of course, the race is a different thing entirely. So, all of our Sodis are started up, and they are lined up at the end of pit lane. Got a nice comment as well from Don't Ask, Dysfunctional Racing Team for the win. And then in brackets, they're coming last. Well, winning at coming last is a win in its own right. I'm sure we can arrange some wooden spoons to be handed out. how long is the race? We have a 3-hour long race, and there will be some... Well, I actually have the rules in front of me, so I can double check exactly how many pit stops every single team will have to make, as we have gone green at the end of pit lane, so our teams will be making their way out and on to the circuit for their first outlap. I say their first outlap, there's not going to be a second outlap. For their first non-timed lap, we can say. So, there are a mandatory of 5 pit stops in the race, or in other words, 5 driver changes. So even if you don't have to make a driver change, you have to do what we like to call a dummy stop, where you stop the kart, you jump out of the kart, you run around the kart, jump back in. Obviously, you don't do this out on the circuit. You come back into pit lane and then do it. If you do it on pit lane, you're probably going to get a black flag and a very, very stern talking to. Very stern indeed. Don't stop on track and jump out of your car. Not sensible. So here come our first couple of karts, and I do believe that's the DNHA Racing Sodi kart making its way through the final corner to start its hot lap. And I believe that is Murphy Thompson at the wheel of the kart. Or it could be Lawrence Vines. One of the two, though. Full-on Mate Racing team are just behind them. Another kart that I really want to keep my eyes out on is Mostly Furious Daniel Varlin. I've not seen Daniel Varlin in a while since he used to race in... I think it was Junior Sprint League he was in, or back when it was called the Junior Super Champs. Daniel Varlin is a quick driver. He's won actually a couple of rounds back when it was the Junior Super Champs against the likes of Harry Asher and Callie Clifford. Very quick drivers in their own rights. And Harry Asher actually having just been promoted to the Adult Super Champs, where he finished 3rd in the lightweight class. So excited to see what Daniel Varlin has in store for us in this qualifying session. And a reminder to those people who are here and don't know about it, we have adult championships running and junior championships for, you know, all the way down to, I think it's 7, 8-year-olds, actually maybe all the way down to 6-year-olds. So if you are interested in having some bi-weekly racing or fortnightly racing, then make sure you sign up for the Super Champs or in-kart series, depending on how old you are. I don't think anyone here is a Bambino, though, so probably won't be signing up for the in-karts. And you get to have some cracking racing in both the D-Maxes or the Sodi categories. And I get to watch you racing as well, which is very, very fun. So from spying over on the YouTube chat, apparently Dan Beadle's going to be starting for the Dysfunctional Racing team. We do have some times starting to come in, though. Team Heavyweight at the top of the times with a 118.4. They're just 0.3 clear of DNHA Racing, who are in turn 0.2 clear of Full-On Mate Racing team, which is the squad of Matthias Mate and Akos Fulop. Then we've got Driven by Us Academy on a 119.3, followed by Mostly Furious and Daniel Varlin on a 119.5. Cool Runnings, still my favourite team name, running a little bit further down the field. Here I see Daniel Varlin making his way into the final corner. DNHA Racing have improved with a 118.1 to the top of the times, 0.3 clear of Team HW. What can Mostly Furious do as they cross the line? 119.5 was their personal best, and it is a 119.481, so they improved by a few hundredths, but still a 10th shy of Driven by Us Academy Your top three separated by 0.8 of a second as Gold Star Racing improve with a 119.2. Dysfunctional Racing Team also improving with a 119.251. And I'm going to guess that's Dan Beadle because according to their fellow team members in the chat, he looks like a traffic cone with an orange suit and an orange helmet. And that is definitely an orange suit and orange helmet heading out of turn 5 and towards the carousel, as I like to call it, of turn 6. DNHA racing over the line once more, and another improvement of 117.798. Improvement for Team HW, a 118.2, but they are 0.5 off. Full-on Mate Racing Team improving with a 118.521, jumping ahead of Team MK for now, who are on a 118.59. So just a few hundredths between the pair of them. Driven Bias Academy improving with a 118.671. That's going to demote Gold Star Racing and Dysfunctional Racing Team down a position each. Speaking of Gold Star Racing, they should be coming across the line any second now, along with Dysfunctional Racing Team. Gold Star Racing, a 118.267 up to P3 provisionally. What about Dysfunctional Racing Team? Only a 119.4, unable to improve this around. So 200ths between Team HW and Gold Star Racing in this battle for second place. DNHA Racing making their way around the final corner to start a new lap. Will it be an improvement on a 117.798? It is a 117.709, so small improvement, nearly a tenth quicker than previous. As Team HW also improving with a 118.104, but still 0.4 shy. We'll see whether Gold Star Racing have anything up their sleeves. Cool Runnings with a 120.5, half second off their personal best. Amateur Hour Racing have put in a 120.3, so just 0.3 shy of Cool Runnings. Mostly Furious and Daniel Varlin improving with a 119.4, just over a tenth shy of Dysfunctional Racing Team. Gold Star Racing unable to improve that time round. Team MK, though, does improve with a 118.179, so getting themselves into third sandwich between Team HW and Gold Star Racing. Dysfunctional Racing Team also improving as well with a 118.588, just 0.06 shy of full-on Mate Racing and just under a tenth ahead of Driven Bias Academy. So apparently, Dan Beadle has been offered a Freddo if he can drive quicker. And maybe that will explain why he's been able to set a 118.5. But how much quicker there can he go? I think you're going to need to offer him something more than a Freddo. Maybe, a full-on Cadbury's bar. Some Ferrero Rochers. A Lion bar. I've made myself hungry now. Daniel Varlin, though, over the line for Mostly Furious. 119.4 it is time to beat. And he has done a 120.7 on that most recent lap. Over the line for Dysfunctional Racing Team, a 119.966, so a second off their personal best. And only a couple of minutes remaining in qualifying now. Improvement from Driven Bias Academy, a 118.535. Now half a tenth clear of Dysfunctional Racing Team and just 100th shy of full-on Mate Racing. Improvement as well for Team HW with a 118.071, so now an entire tenth clear of Team MK. Team HW, the team of Sarfraz Nawaz, Hassan Ghani and Nasser Ahmed. And Team MK with Iftab Hussain, Sheraz Adil and Ahid Ramzan. Very, very good improvement for Team HW last time round, a 117.784. They're only 800ths shy of DNHA Racing, but they need to find a tiny, tiny bit more time. Full On Mate Racing also improving with a 1 minute 18.482. The checkered flag is being prepared. It will not see Dysfunctional Racing Team. And out comes the checkered flag. So Dysfunctional Racing Team will get one final lap that they can do. They came over the line that time round with an improvement, a 118.451. So that sees them jump ahead of Driven by Us Academy and Full On Mate Racing Team. And maybe Dan Beadle has just won himself an out-of-date Easter Bunny. More laps then being set. Are there any significant improvements? A 117.761. I can't remember if that was the last lap by Team MK. 117.984 by Gold Star Racing. But DNHA Racing improved with a 117.582 just to end any potential doubts as Daniel Varlan is closing into someone through turn 10. Is this going to compromise him on his final lap? We'll have to wait and see. But it is very, very close towards the top of the standings. Daniel Varlan comes over the line for Mostly Furious, a 119.241. It's an improvement, but not enough to close in to Driven by Us Academy. The checkered flag will greet Dysfunctional Racing Team. Karen Best of a 118.4. They need to find half a second if they want to gain another position, and it is a 120.6. So, your grid order then, or your provisional results for the Sodi category. DNHA Racing take pole with a 117.582. Then it's Team MK with a 117.761. Team HW on a 117.784. And Gold Star Racing complete the top four with a 117.984. 4/10 separating your top four teams. Dysfunctional Racing Team take fifth with a 118.451. Then it's Full On Mate Racing with a 118.482. Just 31,000 separating those two. Driven by Us Academy will follow with a 118.535. Then it's Mostly Furious. Cool Runnings, DNHA B Racing, Amateur Hour Racing, Fronsdorf Racing, St. Albans Strollers, and BBRN. So, qualifying is now completed. And we've finished right on schedule as well. So we're going to be getting our race start underway in about, well, less than 20 minutes. 11 o'clock is when we are meant to start the race. If you're watching from Europe, A, that's really cool. B, that's 12 o'clock for you. Right, I am going to make a very quick note of these fastest lap times that we have seen. So DNHA Racing with a 117.5. That is actually half a second quicker than what they managed in practice. I do like as well how in the YouTube chat we're getting some football score updates. Bad news if anyone here is a Leicester fan. Apparently they're losing 3-0 to Liverpool. That doesn't sound very friendly to me. So everyone gets a little break as our marshals have to push the cart down towards turn 2. I say down, is a gentle decline out of the pit lane, and then it's a tiny little ascent up towards the chicane of turns 2 and 3. You know what I can do as well? Do I risk doing this? I might lose my perfect camera position here, but you know what? Let's risk it for the biscuit, as they say. There we go. Now you can see all of those carts being lined up on the approach into turn number 2 and the chicane. Hello. Attention paddock, can we please have drivers starting to get themselves ready? We will be having you into your carts in 5 minutes. So we want all drivers in their carts in 5 minutes at time. I think something else I'm going to try to do is rather risky, but as I said before, risk it for the biscuit. Hello. Yeah, we got like 7 viewers. Attention paddock, can all drivers please be at the end of pit lane in 2 minutes time? So all drivers at the end of pit lane, within 2 minutes. We're going to start getting you seated into your carts. As you can see, the pit lane is, well, almost empty, which means that we need to be getting you into your carts once the pit lane is indeed clear. We've got some support as well in the YouTube chat for Kona Sport carters as well, from a certain George saying, come on, Kart 108. Come on, indeed. And they qualified just half a second behind Winona Racing. And could be part of a pretty good battle, actually, and maybe dark horses as well for a podium, maybe a P4. And with that, all of our carts are out of the pit lane, pretty much. So let's start getting our drivers then to the end of pit lane, nicely kitted up. And let's get you into your carts and get this race underway. We are only 10 minutes away from 11 o'clock. So 3 hours of racing then, just a few moments away. 10 carts in our D-Max class, 14 in the Sodi class. We should be in for some good racing. I mentioned the clouds. The clouds have, well, kind of passed over, not really cared. We've got beautiful sunshine, and the track temperature is probably getting a little bit warmer, which does tend to mean that we'll see a bit more understeer. Just because there is more grip does not mean the track is quicker. Where is Kart 108 starting? I'm being asked. 7th position. So 7th place for Kona Sport. But I think for the D-Max class, I'm looking towards Cole Clark Racing, King Brothers Racing. I'm going to say my favourites for this race, because I like to give predictions, right, for all the top 3. I think Cole Clark Racing are going to win this. Then I think... Ooh, do I go D&H Max Racing, essentially the Sheffield University team, or do I go for King Brothers? I've got to go for King Brothers. William Stevenson, very, very quick in qualifying. He's put it on pole. James King, Ashley Mason King, consistent showers in the Super Champs here at Daytona Milton Keynes, and they have a lot of experience between the 3 of them. I think D&H Max Racing will take 3rd, so I think your top 3 will still be the top 3, just in a slightly different order. Now, moving on then to the Sodi category. Ooh, what do we think is going to happen for Sodis? DNHA Racing, they did look very quick. I do have to give them that. However, you know what? Let's go for an upset. Let's go for Team HH. I'll say Team HH to win from DNHA Racing. Now, do I then go for Team MK? Or do I want to go for Gold Star Racing? I'm gonna go with Team MK to take 3rd. I don't know too much about the drivers in the Sodi categories. I think the only driver that I recognise is Daniel Varland for Mostly Furious, who was able to put Mostly Furious in P8, a couple of seconds off pole. I think the only other driver I recognise is Georgina Edwards from BUKC Racing. And the rest are all kind of question marks to me. But all of our drivers are into their karts. Now, the dysfunctional racing team driver, Ellis Seaman, has been saying, dysfunctional racing team going to win, rain at the end of the race. Well, it has all of a sudden got a little bit more overcast here in Milton Keynes. Whether that means there is rain to come is another thing entirely. But maybe, just maybe, we'll get some of that lovely, lovely water out on circuit. I say lovely, lovely water. It means you guys get wet. I'm in the commentary box. I get to stay dry. It's a win-win. Wait, sorry, no, it's a win-loss. Or is it a win-win? I don't know. Either way, it should be fun. And rain does always add a little bit of drama to the fold. And, well, teams will know who their quicker drivers are in the dry conditions. Or, you know, they'll pretend like they're all on the same level, but they all know who's a quicker driver in a team. But when it gets wet, the egos kind of get out of the way. And that's when you get the real drivers, the quick drivers in the wet, who step up and say, right, it's raining, it's my time to shine. All of you others, get out of the kart and let me get in and win this. And all of the other drivers, they oblige because they don't want to be out in a kart when it's raining. They don't want to get wet, so they say, yeah, that's fine. Staying dry is a slightly higher priority than ego. It is 10:55. We are 5 minutes away from 11 o'clock and our scheduled race start. Just another reminder to all of our teams and drivers trackside, we are streaming the race over on the Milky Serial YouTube channel, or you can just search up Daytona Milton Keynes July Endurance on YouTube and you will find the live stream. We've got a camera feed looking out to the circuit, so you can wave on it. You can also check out the live timing, so you can share it to any of your friends, family, sponsors, and let them know that there is action occurring out on circuit. I think one thing that I'm going to try to do for the stream in the future is I'm going to get one of those little wireless mics, and I'm going to come down and start interviewing you guys out on track and have a little chat that way, which could make for some good fun. Maybe bring a camera as well from time to time. We are getting ever closer to our race start. A reminder then of our grid orders. Starting off with the D-Max class, King Brothers Racing and Cole Clark Racing make up the front row of the grid. I believe it's Will Stevenson and James Brown in those respective cars. And we've got Beanie Sport Racing and Modernised Racing, followed by D&H Max Racing. Winona Racing make up row 3, followed by Kona Sport Carters. And as I say that, our timings have disappeared, and they will be reappearing shortly for the race. Should just call us up to the comms box. Maybe I will at some point. Maybe I will. But the comms box is also called the VIP area. So, I don't know, are you VIP enough to come up to the comms box? Of course you are. I need to get another headset as well to do some interviews or get another mic. An investment then for Season 3 of Super Champs, I suppose. So it is, I can see Chris Tomo who will be starting for the D&H Max Racing team. As our carts start to disappear down into the carousel of Turn 6. One of the trickiest corners on the circuit, and probably my favourite corner. In the D-Max carts, you essentially just flick it in. You slide through and just wait for the grip to come your way and hope you don't drift out too wide on corner exit. 3 hours of racing just moments away as the karts head out of view once again down towards turn 8. The two parts of the circuit where we can't see the karts. The carousel of turn 6 and then turn 8 is a downhill left-hander. You're carrying so much speed, and with it being downhill you do have to brake earlier, and it leads into the longest straight of the circuit. Getting a good exit out of turn 8 is so critical, but the corner just invites you to brake so late into it, and you can just run the risk of running wide and costing yourself so much time up the hill, out of the corner, and towards this long sweeping left-hander of turn 9 in the Sodi karts. Completely flat in the D-Maxes. A little flick, a little lift. But all eyes can be made then to our top two in the D-Max class. Cole Clark Racing and King Brothers Racing. William Stevenson, James Brown on the front row of the grid. James Brown hasn't been on the front row since he was racing in the Sodis quite a few months ago. Will Stevenson will have the inside for turn 1. James Brown on the outside. And the inside for turn 1 gives you the inside for the chicane as well. And when will Will Stevenson put his foot down? Eyes towards the lights as our drivers make their way through the final corner, and we are racing for our July 3-hour endurance, and it is a cracking start from William Stevenson, a little bit wide from one of our D-Maxes who taps the tyre barriers on corner exit, but it is William Stevenson leading from James Brown as they head through the hairpin of turn 4. We have a couple of spinners in the Sodi category, I believe, through the chicane of turns 2 and 3. And Chris Thompson has made his way up into P3. So a fantastic start from the D&H Max Racing squad as they go from P5 to P3 in the space of just a couple of corners. But it is still King Brothers Racing who lead at the front of the field from Cole Clark Racing. And down towards turn 8 they go, disappearing out of view. And James Brown is doing his very best to stay within the slipstream of Will Stevenson. Chris Thompson is absolutely flying. He's closing in to the leading two as Stevenson is practically sideways on the apex of turn 10. And Chris Thompson, well, I said D&H Max Racing might take third with the pace that Chris Thompson is showing. And I know it is just early stages in the race, but he's looking to fight for the lead for D&H Max Racing in this opening stint of the race. 7/10 separating the top two. D&H Max Racing running in third. Let's take a look then to the standings in the Sodi category. D&H A Racing are leading from Team HW. Gold Star Racing with a really good start up into third. And Dysfunctional Racing Team from 7th on the grid up into 4th place ahead of Team MK, who have dropped down to P5, having started in third. Then comes Driven Bias Academy and Cool Runnings, followed by Amateur Air Racing, D&H B Racing, and Mostly Furious. But here is Will Stevenson being hunted down by James Brown, and this time round, Stevenson and Brown have been able to stretch out a gap to Chris Thompson in third place for D&H Max Racing as we head through the final corner, and James Brown is definitely closing in onto Will Stevenson. This is exactly what James Brown and Cole Clark Racing need as they cross the line. Last time round, Cole Clark Racing exactly a 10th quicker than King Brothers Racing and nearly 2 seconds quicker than D&H Max Racing, who are starting to be in a lonely third place. Here come the Sodi karts though, being led by D&H A Racing with, I believe, Murphy Thompson at the wheel of the kart. If that isn't Murphy Thompson, please let me know in the old YouTube chat. Then comes Team Heavyweight and Gold Star Racing. Gold Star Racing in the white helmet with a black suit. And, well, weirdly enough, Team HW in one of the Daytona suits over in the British University Karting Championship. We like to call that the bandit suit. When you don't have your own suit and you use a rental suit, you become the bandit of the circuit. And we have a bandit in second place right now, having a fantastic drive for Team HW, but they're just a few tenths clear of Gold Star Racing heading into the hairpin of turn 7 as Will Stevenson and James Brown come over the line once more, and I think Will Stevenson has been able to stretch out a tenth or so as I look at the times, and indeed he has a 106.2 for Stevenson and a 106.6 for Brown that time around. Chris Thompson for D&H Max Racing with a 107.2, so time is improving as here comes second and third, and they're side by side, but critically on the inside is Gold Star Racing, and they will take second place away from the Team HW kart. Gold Star Racing up into second place as we have a fight further down the field for P5, switchback from Mr. Green Helmet. I'm not sure who is in the green helmet, but they're practically side by side coming across the line, and it is Driven By Us Academy in that green helmet behind Team MK, who are in another one of those Daytona Milton Keynes bandit suits, as I like to call it, and Dysfunctional Racing Team currently running in P4, last time round taking a couple of tenths out of Team HW, a 119.1 on that occasion, with the orange suit and the orange helmet of Dan Beadle. And just to clarify in the chat, sadly this is the only camera angle that I have available at the circuit. Hopefully I can try to get some more camera angles available in the future. Maybe one that can see down into turn 2. But for now, we just have this one single camera. So I do apologize for that, but at least we do get to see a little bit of racing. Still less than a second, though, separating our top 2. New fast lap of the race for James Brown and Cole Clark Racing, a 106.151, taking 3 tenths out of William Stevenson on that last lap. And they're now nearly 6 seconds clear as the D-Maxes are starting to lap the Sodis, as we see Dan Beadle being lapped for Dysfunctional Racing Team, as one of the D-Maxes goes flying past, and Dan Beadle now being hunted down by Team MK that has been able to repass the Driven By Us Academy kart and has been able to get a little gap as well to the Driven By Us squad. But it is still DNHA Racing that are leading the way from Gold Star Racing and then Team HW. And all of those top 3 are lapping in the mid 108s, 118.6 for DNHA, 118.4 for Gold Star, and a 118.7 for Team HW. Just having a look to James Brown, as he has lost a little bit of time relative to the King Brothers Racing squad heading through the traffic. As here comes DNHA Racing through the hairpin of turn 10. A little look over his shoulder to see where everyone else is. And that is the Team MK kart trying to challenge Dysfunctional Racing. Heading into the hairpin of turn 10. Will Stevenson trying to navigate his way through, but he's stuck behind the pair of them. And James Brown has been able to close in. We have a dogfight for the overall race lead as the back markers come into play. And it is nose to tail between Stevenson and James Brown heading through the chicane of turns 2 and 3 as they head up into the hairpin of turn 4. And down the hill now towards turn 5. Can Will Stevenson extend his advantage? He lost 7 tenths on that last lap. And Team MK are right on the back of a Dysfunctional Racing Team. Remember, if you want to jump into the YouTube chat, let me know who is at the wheel for each of your teams. That would be very helpful. And that way I can maybe start to recognize drivers by their suits and helmets as well. So our leaders will be coming back into view out of turn 8 any moment now. And there is Will Stevenson with James Brown just behind him. King Brothers Racing and Cole Clark Racing through turn 9 they go. James Brown will not go for an overtake. They have a D-Max driver just in front of them. Surely Stevenson's going to send it up the inside. Indeed he will. And James Brown will follow suit and still nose to tail as they start a new lap. Look at this field of Sodi and D-Maxes coming through turn 9 and down into turn 10. Now there's a lot of side-to-side action as we have a D-Max spinner on the exit of turn 2. This dysfunctional racing team, Team MK, and the... Oh, pardon me, I'm forgetting names. And the Driven by Us Academy kart will go past the stricken D-Max. So Kona Sport karters currently still running in P7. I know we have a few eager Kona Sport karters fans in the chat. They started this race in 7th. They are still in 7th place. As here comes Cole Clark Racing, still hunting down King Brothers Racing. To the final corner they go to lap another D-Max. And Stevenson, can he get up the inside into turn 1? Oh, that's really going to compromise him. Into the barriers goes the other D-Max kart. Thankfully stays on the circuit, but the barriers have taken an absolute wallop. I say barriers, the tyre stack has taken a wallop. Team MK starting to fall into the clutches now of the Driven by Us Academy kart, as Dysfunctional Racing Team and Chris Beadle just stretching out a couple of kart lengths over the duo behind him. This is the battle for P4 currently. Leading the way is the DNHA kart, followed by Gold Star Racing and Team HW. Remember, a long, long way to go. This is a 3-hour race. We're barely 10 minutes in. And Team MK now right behind Dysfunctional Racing Team as 3 D-Maxes try to put a lap on the Sodis. Will that give an opportunity for the MK squad to make a move? Not this time round, unfortunately for them. As still, nose to tail are the leading 2. Stevenson ahead of Brown. King Brothers ahead of Cole Clark. Let's have a look then at our leading 3 in the Sodi class. Last time around, a 107.6 for DNHA. Gold Star Racing, a 117. This time around, a 118.2 for DNHA. Gold Star Racing, a 118.2. Now a 118.4. And Team HW, a 119.4. So the gaps are slowly extending as we have a yellow flag out in turn 1 as the marshals are pulling out the tyre barriers. Chris Beadle is going to back off, and that's given an opportunity for Team MK. Really smartly done by the Team MK driver. He saw Chris Beadle backing off for the yellow flag, and he just timed his exit out of turn 1 to take full advantage of the yellow flag, go up the inside into turn 2. A fantastic opportunistic overtake from the MK squad. And that means that they will be up into 4th position now as well. Stevenson and James Brown go through turn 1 and into turn 2. Through 5, they go once more. As there is DNHA making their way through turn 10, still leading in the Sodi category. Just at the back of this train of karts coming over the start-finish line, I believe, is the Gold Star Racing squad. And then Team HW a little bit further back. Team MK, Dysfunctional Racing Team, and Driven by Us Academy, separated by about a second between the 3 of them. And Will Stevenson, I think, is starting to feel the pressure from James Brown. Maybe going a little bit defensive into turn 1. Or maybe that's just the line that Mr. Stevenson takes. Does James Brown fight for this position? He does indeed. He's actually past Stevenson. So will Stevenson... Did Stevenson get a bad exit out of turn 4, or has he waved James Brown through? I don't think he'd wave him through, especially when you're battling at the very front of the field. But James Brown and Cole Clark Racing are leading the July 3-hour endurance for the first time today. They were practically trading lap times in qualifying, but it was KBR on top. DNHA racing over the line then. And it is a 109.6. Sorry, a 119.7 for DNHA. Gold Star Racing, a 118.5. Team HW, a 120.1. So just a few tenths separating your top two overall. Cole Clark Racing ahead of King Brothers Racing. Then comes DNH Max Racing. And here is James Brown and Will Stevenson heading into the hairpin of turn 10 and towards the final corner of 11. And just behind them on circuit is the dysfunctional racing team. Chris Beadle at the wheel, and just behind him, the Driven by Us Academy squad. Just trying to have a look at where the DNHA cart is. James Brown has a bit of a gap to Will Stevenson, sitting at about half a second, as they have just let the DNHA cart. And then just behind the DNH cart, in sight as well, is Gold Star Racing with that black suit and white helmet, which is Lily Jeffs and Simon Cleaver in that two-man team. Still dysfunctional racing team coming under a lot of pressure from Driven by Us Academy. So look at this cluster of D-Maxes making their way through turn 10, and we've got a spinner on the exit of 10. They are able to get re-going. Am I looking forward to the F1? Asks Mr. Don't Ask. I would be if I could get home in time for the F1. So I'm going to have to watch the highlights on old Channel 4. It does look like it should be fun. So yes, I am looking forward to it. James Brown has found himself with a 2-second gap now over Will Stevenson. There is James Brown exiting turn 5 as Will Stevenson enters turn 5. It's Chris Beadle still coming under a lot of pressure from the Driven by Us Academy squad. So over the line they come once again. As we have had a black flag for Team HW, so they have served their stop-and-go penalty. And it has meant that Team HW have dropped out of third position And it is meaning that Team MK is promoted up into third behind Gold Star Racing. So Team HW now have a lot of work to do. They've fed out behind BBRN and St Albans Strollers. Now we've got a pit stop. Is this a scheduled pit stop, or is this a black flag for the Driven by Us Academy kart? They are very, very slow into the pit lane. This is going to cost them a lot of time. Reminder to drivers, make sure you know where that white line starts, where your 2-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit is. So you're not going too fast once you cross it, and you're not going too slow before you get to it. And it does look like this is going to be a driver change for the Driven by Us Academy's team. The first pit stop done, but that kart can go a lot longer on that tank of fuel. Although, they are going to refuel, which is very, very surprising to me. Because those Sodi karts should be able to go for, well, over an hour. And we're only 20 minutes into the race. So, did they forget to fuel during qualifying is my guess. Still Cole Clark Racing. James Brown now finds himself with a 3.5 second lead over King Brothers Racing. The top 7 all on the same lap. But James Brown is closing in to the back of Beanie Sport Racing. Beanie Sport Racing had a very good qualifying. They qualified actually in third, but they're now running all the way down in P8. As Will Stevenson is into the pit lane. So Will Stevenson pitting from second for King Brothers Racing. Is there going to be a driver change as well? Now, I reckon that kart can stay out until the next stop. And Will Stevenson showing that you don't need to refuel on this first pit stop. I can see there's a lot of fuel left in that tank as well. Will Stevenson will jump out of the kart. And I believe that is James King who is jumping on in. So this is a very important moment now for James Brown to string some very quick laps together for Cole Clark Racing. Team of 5 drivers. Now, will it be a driver change, or will James Brown be staying in for a second stint? Because they have 5 drivers, so one driver is going to have to do 2 stints. And who is getting the honour of doing the double stints? Will it be Andy Clark himself, or maybe they've gone for one of James Brown, Matthew Glazebrook, who I believe would be the 2 quickest in that squad. By the way, it's been a really good start to the race for Cole Clark Racing. And a fantastic opening stint done by James Brown as well. Looking towards the timings again, DNHA Racing still leading from Gold Star Racing, and then Team MK followed by the dysfunctional racing team. As there is James Brown navigating his way past the Sodis and onto the back of a few D-Maxes. Will not take this opportunity to pit. It's going to be able to squeeze his way up the inside through turn 1. And put a lap on the Kerner Sport Carters. Then next up is going to be Modernised Racing. Up the inside, he goes into turn 4. I think that's Modernised Racing that he just overtook. Just want to have a look at where DNHA Racing are on circuit. So I can see dysfunctional racing team. DNHA should be here somewhere. Where are they on circuit? There is DNHA making their way into the final corner now. Black suit, black helmet with the yellow skirtings around their Sodi kart. And then just behind DNHA is Gold Star Racing coming over the line now. They've put their hand in the air, which I think is indicating the fact that they want to make a pit stop soon. Last time round for DNHA, 1:17.6. Gold Star Racing, a 1:17.9. Well, I don't see anyone in the pit lane getting ready for James Brown just yet. We're almost half an hour into the race, which is really when that first pit stop would be made if you are making a driver change. Half an hour for each stint keeps things nice and fair. James Brown right up onto the curb on the entry into the final corner as he navigates two switches over to the inside on corner exit to get past the next Sodi kart. And then flies past into the chicane to lap yet another mobile. So we've had a couple of scheduled pit stops, still waiting for more to come through as we approach the first half-hour mark. 25 minutes completed, or there or thereabouts. Here is DNHA out of turn 9 and towards turn 10. About to be lapped by the DNH8 or DNH Max Racing squad with Chris Tomo at the wheel. Last time round, Gold Star Racing taking 3/10 out of DNHA Racing at the front of the field. New fast lap of the race then for James Brown, a 105.869, which would have almost been enough to take pole as well. It's only that 105.7 that Will Stevenson had set that was quicker. James Brown, almost being caught by a spinner into turn 9. They were two abreast. James Brown went for the outside. And then the car on the inside lost its rear, or the car in the middle lost its rear when braking. As Chris Thompson has jumped into the kart, having a quick run around, jumps back in, foot onto the throttle, and away he goes. I say away he goes, and crawling away he goes. And out of the pit lane he will come. As the 109 car has also made its way into the pit lane and is having a little refuel as well. And that is Team Carnage. And they have been involved in Carnage, currently at the very back of the field, including against the Sodi karts as well. Is this Team MK in the pits? It is indeed. It's the number 18 kart. They are making their first pit stop, which will see them drop out of third place. They were just ahead of Dysfunction Racing Team. And it's at the Driven by Us Academy car as well into the pits. I think they've had a penalty at some point because they've really dropped off that battle for third place. So the 106 kart is into the pit lane. That's the Spanish Armada. As I'm seeing Daniel Varlin getting ready to take over from Ionut Varlin. As that is a pit stop for, I want to say, the 24 kart, Team HW. They were having a really good run up until they picked up a penalty and saw them drop outside of the battle for the top three. They were running in third place, if I'm not mistaken. As Daniel Varlin waiting for the lead to be put in so he can jump into the kart. And this is looking like a really long stop. Chris Beadle is into the pits. He's going to jump out of the kart, have a stroll around the kart before jumping back on in. And this is an early pit for fuel as well. Again, barely half an hour into the race, and they are going to be having a fuel stop, which is going to cost them a lot of time, because ideally they want to be making this pit stop at 1.5 hours in, so they only need to do one pit stop across the course of the race. And Mostly Furious are still trying to make this lead change, and finally Daniel Varlin has been able to jump into the kart. That's been probably, that kart was stationary in the pit lane for the better part of a minute, over a minute at this point, as they're still struggling to get that lead in. Oh, that is such an unfortunate stop for Mostly Furious. And we're getting a lot of our pit stops now as we reach the first sixth point of the race. You're just waiting now for James Brown to pit to see where he comes out relative to Will Stevenson and the King Brothers Racing team. Here is James Brown rounding the final corner to complete a new lap. And it's a 106.0. Very quick lap for James Brown. He's got a fair bit of clean air in front of him as well at the moment. As into the pits comes the DNHA Racing team. That was leading in the Sodi category. Now, where will they come out relative to Team MK and Gold Star Racing? Actually, I think Gold Star Racing have not made their pit stop yet. I do believe this is Murphy Thompson into the pit lane. There is a driver change waiting to happen. And I think that's going to be Lawrence Vines jumping on into the kart. Oh, this is going to be a slow stop because they've got a fair bit of lead that they need to put in. But it is just one piece. I think there is an issue with the pedals now as well for the DNHA Racing team. And that's going to cost them probably about 10 to 15 more seconds than they would have liked. And actually, they've lost a lot of time because the dysfunctional racing team are only about 5 seconds back, 5 to 10 seconds behind. And they were a good 20 to 30 seconds behind before. So I have a feeling that DNHA Racing have dropped behind Gold Star Racing. I'm trying to remember if Gold Star Racing had a bad stop. Gold Star Racing are ahead of dysfunctional racing team. So I think Gold Star Racing are the new effective race leaders. Maybe Team MK after they make their eventual pit stop. And another driver into the pit lane. I think that is DNHB Racing. So over the line then for DNHA Racing. And they are behind Team MK, but are ahead of Amateur Hour Racing. So actually, DNHA are a lap ahead of Gold Star Racing. So Gold Star Racing have had a nightmare pit stop. But Team MK are leading this one currently. And I'm pretty sure Team MK made their pit stop as well. So Team MK, your new race leaders in kart 18. And we've got a driver who's beached themselves in the pit lane itself. Thankfully, nobody else comes into the pits behind them. Team MK have just crossed the line with a 119.6. DNHA Racing are just behind them on circuit. So we are going to be having a bit of a scrap for the Sodi class lead. As Lawrence Vines is putting in his absolute best right now. There's Lawrence Vines making his way out of 5. Got a fight on the exit of the final corner between a few drivers. As then Lawrence Vines tries to close in to this battle. We've got a spinner at turn 10. Rear end's kind of swapped ends. Lawrence Vines for DNHA Racing still trying to hunt down the Team MK kart. Just trying to spot where they are out on circuit currently. Lawrence Vines is in a blue suit. Not to be confused with the blue suit of Daniel Varlin. Or the blue suit of the man behind James Brown, heading through the final corner now. Here is Lawrence Vines. And then 2 karts ahead is the Team MK squad that are leading in the Sodi class. Last time round, Team MK, a 119.7, a 119.5 for DNHA Racing. So we're only looking at about a tenth a lap over the line for Team MK. 118.9 for DNHA, a 118.1. So another 8 tenths going the way of DNHA Racing. And they are definitely closing in. Lawrence Vines now behind one of the back markers, heading down the hill towards turn 8. And here comes Lawrence Vines. He gets the toe up the inside into turn 9. And now he can try to hunt down the MK squad once more. 1:17.8 for both Team MK and DNHA Racing last time around. So no change in the gap between the leading two in our Sodi category. We're still waiting for James Brown to make his first pit stop for Cole Clark Racing. He's gone very far into this stint, nearly 45 minutes. We have a Sodi spinner at the hairpin of turn 10. Lawrence Vines closing in continuously on the MK kart. Last time round for Team MK, a 1:18.6, a 1:17.7 for DNHA and Lawrence Vines. So nearly another second going his way. So DNHA try to make up for the rather slow stop that they had, which was only about 5 to 10 minutes ago. I think it's only going to be a couple of laps before Lawrence Vines is onto the back of Team MK. Still James Brown staying out. How far is he going? Is he going to do a double stint? And is he going to do a pit stop out and then a second pit stop all in quick succession? Here is James Brown heading through turn 9. Lawrence Vines just a couple of karts ahead. Oh, lovely from James Brown on the outside going in. On the inside mid-corner, takes two Sodis in, well, a Sodi and a D-Max. Back to back. DNHA Racing taking another 2/10 out of Team MK on the last lap. As into the pits come St Albans Strollers. I think that's St Albans Strollers in the number 19 kart. Still closing in is Lawrence Vines. Team MK just on the opposite side of the final corner. And I think Lawrence Vines will know who he's hunting down. I can't see if he has a radio set hooked up to his helmet. But if he does, he definitely would have been told that information. Last time around, actually dropping 3/10 to Team MK. Nearly 50 minutes into this race. We have passed the quarter mark. Lawrence Fines still trying to close into Team MK. Let's look at the lap times this time round. Team MK, a 1:18.0. Lawrence Vines, a 1:18.392. So the gap has extended again, 0.3 larger than it was before. Gold Star Racing currently still in third ahead of Dysfunctional Racing Team. And James Brown around the final corner to start yet another lap. I think he's going to go to the hour mark before pitting. As we have a pit stop being done. 2 pit stops in effect currently. As Lawrence Vines has definitely closed into Team MK once again on this lap. And this time around taking 0.3 out of the Team MK kart. I think that is the Driven by Us Academy team into the pits, and they're going to have a driver change as well. I think this is their second stop, or second driver change. Of their race. Driven by Us Academy, team of 6, so they will be making a driver change every stop. Team MK maintaining their gap currently to DNHA Racing, sitting at about a second or so. Last time around, Team MK taking 0.2 out of Lawrence Vines. I have one driver wide on the exit of turn 10. Team MK and DNHA Racing, both low 118th last time round. Still waiting for James Brown and Cole Clark Racing to make their first pit stop of the day. I think they're the only team that haven't made a pit stop yet today. Maybe they're looking to make all of their pit stops right towards the end of the race. And I do think stretching that fuel tank as far as you can is probably the smartest strategy to do if you are James Brown. I believe it is James King at the wheel for King Brothers Racing. We saw that driver change being made earlier on. 107.3 last time round for King Brothers. I think after James Brown makes his pit stop, if there aren't any issues, he's going to be coming out about half a minute clear of King Brothers, when at the start of the stint, it probably would have only been about a couple of seconds, because that's how much separated the two when they did make that pit stop. I'll say when King Brothers Racing made their first stop of the day. Their only stop so far. Lawrence Vines and DNHA Racing still just a few seconds behind Team MK. Last time round, losing 8/10 as they try to navigate their way through the traffic. And Lawrence Vines just can't find a way through currently. Here is Lawrence Vines battling with one of the Sodis, as I believe Team MK come into the pits in front of them. The DNHA now leading as Team MK make their second pit stop of the day. Team MK, the squad of Iftar Hussain, Ahid Ramzan and Shiraz Adil. So I'm seeing Amy Yergo getting ready to take over from Chris Thompson. Chris Thompson has had a very good opening two stints. We'll now hand over to Amy Yergo, who will presumably do her hour before Georgina Edwards jumps into the cart. There is the Team MK kart making its way to the end of pit lane. Their second pit stop of the day now being completed. Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis Seaman, who will be taking over from Dan Beadle once he comes into the pit lane. Dysfunctional Racing Team are currently sitting in P4. Now we have hit the 1 hour point, so surely James Brown will be pitting soon. As Modernised Racing are into the pits. Fueling happening as well for D&H Max Racing. We've got a bit of a queue of karts in the pit lane, all searching for fuel. Now, James Brown, I'm sure, will have the radio on, and Cole Clark Racing will be telling James, whatever he does, do not come into the pit lane this lap, because he will most likely get caught up in this train of karts. And Amy Jurget now in the wheel, or behind the wheel, for the D&H Max Racing squad. And out of the pits she will go. Daniel Varlin in, as is Dan Beadle. And Dan Beadle's having a little look to see where his teammate Ellis Seaman is. And Ellis Seaman isn't at the kart yet. Oh no, he is. There he is. And this is going to be a slow stop for Dysfunctional Racing Team, as they have a bit of lead to be putting into the kart. I think Ellis Seaman is asking, bring the pedals towards me. That way you can press them harder. And this is where having experience in endurance really helps you. You just know exactly what your teammates want, and you get these pedal changes, you get these weight changes done super, super quickly. Daniel Varlin is out of his karts. So Ian Varlin has jumped in, as James Brown stuck in a bit of traffic. Will he use his opportunity to pit? No, he won't. So Team MK are in a very solid third right now. They are actually on the same lap as DNHA Racing. So DNHA Racing have just made their way into turn 4. Still having a bit of a battle with one of the other Sodi teams. I'm not quite sure which Sodi team that is, as we have a spinner at turn 10. And they've driven straight into a tyre barrier. We got that one on camera as well. Yeah, you can share that on TikTok. But he's pushed out of the barriers. As there is the Driven by Us Academy team, making their way into the final corner. James Brown has been having an absolute monster stint. Surely he comes in this time round. Nope, it's another lap for James Brown, who has now done over an entire hour in the kart. So James Brown has done a third of the race in a team with... How many drivers do they have again? Where's Cole Clark Racing on my list? There they are. 5 drivers. Maybe they don't know it's not a 5-hour race. How is Dysfunctional Racing doing, we have in the chat? Well, Dysfunctional Racing are doing okay. They're currently in P6. They've made 2 pit stops, as have Driven by Us Academy and Team MK. So I think they are actually in 6th. Amateur Hour Racing might have another pit stop to do. However, Dysfunctional Racing Team have lost a lot of time due to slow stops, not being a very well-oiled team in terms of getting pedals changed and weights on and all of that stuff as quickly as possible. Also, Ellis Seaman not being ready to get into the kart when Dan Beadle made his pit stop. As into the pits comes the 125 kart, which is Winona Racing. Also, I've just realised this. Now, Amateur Hour Racing have spelt their team name wrong. They spelt amateur wrong. I'm very disappointed in that. How do you spell your own team name wrong? Oh, dearie, dearie me. Maybe that's why they are amateurs. Will Stevenson is getting ready, and he will be jumping back into the kart for King Brothers Racing to take over for James King. Maybe could continue his duel with James Brown. James Brown still yet to make a stop for Cole Clark Racing. I hope they remember that they do have pit stops to make, and James Brown doesn't run out of petrol somewhere on circuit. Here is James Brown making his way towards the final corner. And it's going to be another lap out on circuit for James Brown. Let's hope he doesn't do a Dan Munro. For those people here for the 24 hours, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you weren't here, then, well, that's a secret that you cannot partake in. Now, I'm trying to remember if DNHA Racing, how many stops have they made? I think DNHA Racing have only done one stop so far. If they've made two stops, then they are effectively leading the race. But I think that they have another stop to do, as do Gold Star Racing. And that will put Team MK back into the lead of the race, because DNHA had a very slow stop earlier on. James Brown over the line once more. It's a low 106. As Formula None are into the pit lane to serve a penalty. As we have a few drivers into the pit lane. How is DNH Max Racing doing? Lapping in the high 107s currently is Amy Yerger. On the same lap as Modernised Racing as well. And I do believe they have both done 2 pit stops. James Brown rounds the final corner. He's done nearly an hour and 10 minutes now in the kart. And maybe they're doing this with 45-minute stints. I think that might be the plan then for Cole Clark Racing. They're going to do an hour and 20 or so with James Brown, and then everyone else will probably do, what would it be, 40 minutes each to the end of the race, which I think is a very smart way of maximizing how far your fuel can go. And if they don't need petrol with this stop, Cole Clark Racing can get away with a one-stop strategy. And James Brown is now behind Amy Yerger and decides this is the perfect opportunity to make a pit stop over an hour into the race, as it brings the car to a crawling pace just as it gets past that tyre barrier. Now, this is going to be very important to see where James Brown comes out relative to King Brothers Racing. I think he's going to be a good half a minute ahead, maybe closer to a minute, because he has had an absolutely phenomenal stint as James Brown. Now, the crazy thing is someone ready to take over for James Brown? Yes, there is someone indeed waiting at the barrier. There had to be. And who is that for Cole Clark Racing? It is, I believe, Nigel Gordon. Or is that Ed Lau? I think it's Ed Lau's helmet. As I have heard some bad news. If you are a King Brothers Racing fan, there might be a black flag. What for? I'm waiting to hear from race control. As into the pits, or into the fuel bay, comes the Cole Clark Racing squad. So just had a large pop from the Cole Clark Racing kart, which definitely didn't sound good, but it is underway and out of the pit lane. Sorry, that's me. I mentioned it over the tannoy. So a pit stop in then for the King Brothers Racing squad, as the car is pushed back. And into pit lane, so they've lost about, I think, maybe about 10 to 15 seconds. Going too far into the pit lane, or maybe forgetting that they needed fuel in the kart. Cole Clark Racing then still leading the way from King Brothers Racing. So King Brothers Racing now on the same lap as D&H Max Racing. So Will Stevenson is exiting turn 5 as Amy Yerger is going into turn 2. And that is the battle for second place. So about 15 seconds, or 15 to 20 seconds separating the two karts. Still waiting for DNHA Racing to make their second pit stop. Should have been keeping a tally of all the pit stops I've seen so far. And Ed Lau making a fake driver change, as I like to call it. Or dummy driver change, might be the official term. So that is now the second pit stop done by the D-Max squad that is currently leading the race. And they've come out actually just behind King Brothers Racing. So they're just under a lap ahead of KBR. And they've both made the same number of stops now as well. As into the pits, is that Gold Star Racing? I think that is Gold Star Racing that are making their second pit stop of the race. Number 32. Exits the pit. Very, very clean pit stop. Question is, where do they come out relative to Team MK? Now, I would like to tell you where Team MK are at on circuit, but that's kind of impossible because Team MK are all wearing bandit suits. So, very, very hard to identify where they are on track. And this is why, folks, you need to get your own, cool suits, cool helmets, custom suits ideally. Easier to spot you out on circuit. Will Stevenson heads into the chicane of 2 and 3. As Ed Lau goes through turn 1. Now I'm just going to look at the times to see when. So Team MK have just crossed the line now. They've put in a 120.0. Let's see when Gold Star Racing come over the line. I'm just trying to see where they are on circuit. I think this is them heading into the long left-hander of turn 9 at the front of this 3-kart train. So Team MK have themselves about a 30-second lead over Gold Star Racing. And DNHA Racing are over a lap ahead of Team MK. Formula None into the pit lane. We have now done 1 hour, 15 minutes of racing here at Daytona Milton Keynes. We are approaching the halfway point of the race. Will Stevenson round the outside of turn 3. Beautifully done on one of the Sodis as he puts himself a lap ahead. And as Ed Lau crosses the line, puts in a 107.2, very quick time. Oh, sorry, a 109.4 for Cole Clark Racing. So Will Stevenson taking 2 seconds out of Ed Lau and Cole Clark on the last lap. Well, he's got a minute he needs to catch. That might actually be doable with that kind of pace advantage. Amy Yerger last time round with a 109.1. Modernized Racing putting in some quick times, a 107.166, their new personal best of the race as well. Modernized Racing, the team of Rob Hazard, Dylan Roach, Alex Bridger and Chris Harris. Stevenson over the line, a 108.5 this time round, and probably dropped about half a second, overtaking someone around the outside of 3. Ed Lau crosses the line, a 109.4, so he's still another second, so even with a bad lap from Stevenson, he still gains a second on Ed Lau and Cole Clark Racing. And Will Stevenson might just be about to put in the stint of his life. One hour, 20 minutes into the race. And that is a pit stop for the DNHA team. Lawrence Vines gets his car fueled up. And out of the pits he will go. Now, where does he come out relative to Team MK? Team MK have already crossed the line. Amy Yerger passes him. And here is the Gold Star Racing squad. So Gold Star Racing are only about 15 seconds behind DNHA. Actually, scrap that. They're only about 10 seconds behind. Well, Stevenson last time round 106.7, taking 5 seconds out of Ed Lau on the last lap. Here is Ed Lau going through turn 9, and Will Stevenson is on an absolute flyer right now. The gap was, well, a minute before. Now it's just 48 seconds. And is this Team HW into the pits once more? So where are Team MK out on circuit? Just want to see what the rough gap is between Team MK and DNHA Racing. Well, I think Team MK might have just made a pit stop. So DNHA 1 are now ahead. And here is the 18 kart. And Team 18 is in the pit lane. And apparently, they might have been speeding into the pit lane as well. So, from leading the race to second, and potentially now a black flag as well for that entry speed. It's all gone wrong for Team MK. Which means that DNHA 1 are going to be leading this race now. Well, DNHA Racing 1, DNHA Racing will be leading from Gold Star Racing. Last time round, Gold Star Racing 118.9, DNHA 118.0. And Team MK will be heading back out. Doesn't look very eager to get back into the car. Slow stroll back into the car. You'd almost think they weren't leading the race. We've got another driver into the pits. Cole Clark Racing still leading from King Brothers Racing. Last time round, 3 seconds. Will Stevenson was able to take out of the Cole Clark Racing squad. Another 107.3 for Will Stevenson. And he takes 1.5 seconds out of Cole Clark Racing and Ed Lau. Here is Stevenson making his way into the final corner. The gap is now just 36 seconds. From a minute to 36 seconds over the space of about not even 20 minutes. So we have a driver into the pit lane. Well, 2 drivers into the pit lane. So number 18 kart is into the pit lane, and that is going to be serving their penalty for pit lane speed limits on their last pit stop. They were leading, they were ahead of DNHA, and this is going to take them actually behind, potentially, Amateur Hour Racing in 3rd place. 118 is into the pits. And who is that into the pit lane? Is that Ed Lau? So is this the third stop of the race then for Cole Clark Racing? There's quite a few teams coming into the pit lane right now. It is indeed. So Ed Lau making the third stop then for Cole Clark Racing, which will see them. And they're heading into the engineering. So disaster for Cole Clark Racing. They were leading the race. And maybe this is why Will Stevenson was catching up to Ed Lau so much over the last 25 minutes. Oh, that is heartbreaking for Cole Clark Racing. And it means that D&H Max Racing will be promoted up into second place. Now, D&H Max Racing are just 27 seconds behind King Brothers Racing. There is not a lot separating the top two. It's going to be a kart swap then, as Ed Lau runs as quickly as he can to this kart. I think he's asking for some pedal adjustments. And out of the pits will go Ed Lau. But Cole Clark Racing are now going to be 2 laps down on King Brothers Racing. And potentially behind Modernised Racing as well. And that's going to be a Cole kart, so the next couple of laps for Cole Clark Racing are not going to be particularly fast as he tries to get this kart up to temperature. Out of the 118 and into the 110. As we've got a pit stop as well for Gold Star Racing. I'm pretty sure that is Gold Star Racing at the exit of pit lane. Daniel Varlin getting ready to take over from Einel Varlin. Sorry, Einert Varlin. .28 seconds now, the gap between King Brothers Racing and D&H Max. Then it is Cole Clark Racing in third, followed by Modernised Racing. Cole Clark Racing a lap down on D&H Max. They have a lot of work to do, and all of the good work from James Brown in his opening 2 stints has been undone by that mechanical issue. DNHA ahead of Gold Star Racing currently. But I do believe Gold Star Racing made a pit stop recently. As we have spinners at the hairpin of turn 10. Well, one spun and then the other one saw the yellow flag and spun himself in the process. Lawrence Vines will pass them, and then Will Stevenson will follow through. Alright, let's just see what the gap is between D&H Racing and Gold Star Racing. Here is Lawrence Feinstein for DNHA Racing, rounding the final corner to start a new lap. 1:18.121. And Gold Star Racing just behind with a 1:19.1 last time round. So Lawrence Fines pulling a second at the front of the Sodi field as he exits turn 5. Gold Star Racing now enters turn 5. So not a huge gap between the pair. And we still have, well, just under half of the race remaining. As Ed Lau is back into the pits. And I think this is going to be a driver change, because that looks to me like Andy Clark is racing to the end of pit lane to make a driver change with Ed. So this is the third pit stop here. And a slow stop for Cole Clark Racing, as they need to find a pin to secure their ballast, and have seen ballast without pins come off the cart before, as I have seen reports that apparently it's raining. Now, is it raining? At least from here in the commentary box, I can't see rain. But I do like the sound of rain. Maybe we'll have a bit of spicy action to come. I'm sure Will Stevenson will absolutely love the rain. Still though, King Brothers Racing and Will Stevenson leading by 32 seconds over Amy Yerger and D&H Max Racing. Cole Clark Racing, having made another stop, are still in fourth, but now over a lap down on Modernised Racing. So Andy Clark is at the wheel of the kart. Here is Andy Clark around the final corner. Let's see what this lap time is. His first lap of the race. 1:12.9. And we're hoping to find a little bit more pace over the coming laps. Here is Amy Yerger going up the inside of one of the back markers into the chicane. Will Stevenson with a 1:07.0 last time round. Continuing to extend his gap, which was going to be nearly 35 seconds now to D&H Max Racing and Amy Yerger in second. Andy Clark crosses the line with a 1:11.7. And it's a 1:07.9 for Amy Yerger. The gap now 34 seconds between your leading two. Well, whatever rain I've been told about doesn't seem to be coming down. And if it is, it's not really affecting anyone out on circuit yet. Will Stevenson has got the lead at the front up to 35 seconds now. Still, DNHA Racing leading from Gold Star Racing. Here is DNHA Racing coming through the final corner, having just been lapped by Will Stevenson. And here is Gold Star Racing out of the final corner now. Pretty much same lap times from the pair. 1:18.9s. And for all the dysfunctional racing fans in the chat, they are currently running in P8, just behind Team HW. But I don't know how many pit stops they have all made. I have not been able to keep track of that, as we've got a few drivers into the pits. One of those is Andy Clark, I believe. So, Cole Clark Racing trying to get all of their pit stops out of the way now. This is going to be their fourth stop. And is there going to be a driver change as well? There is indeed. Matthew Glazebrook is going to be getting behind the wheel of the car. Now, if they fuel up, that kart can go to the end of the race. They've already fueled up the kart, though. So I think there's one more stop that Matthew Glazebrook will have to do. So Matthew Glazebrook tries his best to follow the 2-mile-an-hour speed limit. As Andy Clark's stint draws to a close. And out of the pits goes Matthew Glazebrook, and he comes out of the pits just behind Amy Yerger as well. So I think we're going to be in for a pretty good stint now for Cole Clark Racing. Let's see how he does relative to Amy Yerger, who has been out for, well, I think about half an hour now at this stage. We know Matthew Glazebrook is a very competent driver here at Daytona Milton Keynes, as I think Will Stevenson has overtaken 4 karts in the space of 1 corner, putting a lap on all 4 of them. So apparently there is a bit of rain. Maybe it's just the angle of the windows I have in the commentary box, but I cannot see any rain at all. As that is Chris Thompson getting ready to take back over from Amy Yerger, who is already into the pits, so maybe Matthew Glazebrook scared her off the track. As Amy Yerger into the pits, and Chris Thompson takes over. And is that the 3rd pit stop then for D&H Max Racing? 3rd, or maybe it's the 4th? I'm not sure. Over the line goes DNHA. And where is Gold Star Racing? Have Gold Star Racing made another pit stop? I think they must have. No, here is Gold Star Racing into the pit lane. So Gold Star Racing have made their pit stop. And they're going to have a driver change. Who is jumping into that car? Well, they're going to put in some fuel. As Will Stevenson is into the pits as well. Is there going to be a driver change too? It's been a very good stint from Will Stevenson. And I think taking over for Will Stevenson is going to be Ashley Mason-King. But slow stop for KBR as they have to get the lead out of the car as quickly as possible. Still a bit of fuel in that tank. Probably going to be one more fuel stop for them to the end. And they get held up in the pits as well, as they are coming out of the pits at the same time as Gold Star Racing. That's going to cost them another few seconds. As that is D&H Max Racing into the pits, and that is for, I believe, Amy Yerger speeding into the pit lane. And is that a battery issue they've now had as well, as the kart won't restart? And poor Chris Thompson can't do anything but just sit there and wait. But away we go. Away he goes. Now, what has this all meant in terms of the standings? King Brothers Racing will be leading from Modernised Racing. Then, will D&H Max Racing be ahead of Cole Clark Racing? That is the main question. Well, Cole Clark Racing are making their way with Matthew Glazebrook at the wheel through turn 5 now. As into the pits comes the number... Is that the number 19 car? Of St Albans Strollers. I think it is. We have a very similar helmet to one of the Gold Star Racing races. And a warm welcome to Wood Foundation on the stream. A reminder to everyone trackside, if you weren't already aware, we are streaming the race in its entirety over on YouTube on the Milky Serial channel. We've got timings, we've got a nice camera as well. So if you want to watch the race back or just share the stream with some friends or family, then please do that. We've had quite a few supporters for the dysfunctional racing team coming in, and as well for Kerner Sport Karters. Where are Kerner Sport Karters? They are currently running in P8, a few laps down on Winona Racing. So D&HA Racing 2 laps ahead of Gold Star Racing. And apparently the little spits of rain that we were seeing here at Milton Keynes have now disappeared. Starting to see some sunlight creeping through the clouds. Matthew Glazebrook, 107.8 last time round, taking 2 seconds out of D&H Max. Potentially Chris Topstead in a bit of traffic. He rounds the final corner to complete a new lap, and that's a lot of Sodi cars behind him, so he was definitely in traffic. This time round, though, for Mr. Tomo, what are we looking at? A 109.0. 37 seconds is a gap between King Brothers Racing and Modernised Racing, but Modernised Racing do have at least one more pit stop to do relative to the 3 around them. Apparently there is a little bit more rain now starting to come down once again. Daniel Varland trying to go up the inside into turn 10. Move doesn't quite work out for him though. .29 seconds now between King Brothers Racing and Modernised Racing. Last lap for Ashley Mason King, a 1:13.3. He's lost nearly 6 seconds to Modernised Racing. Potentially catching a fair bit of traffic on his last lap. And with just over an hour remaining, it might be a three-way battle for the win between King Brothers Racing, Modernised Racing, and D&H Max Racing. I think Cole Clark Racing are just too far back, even having made an extra stop relative to everyone else. I think they've just lost too much time as... Oh, that was a puff of smoke as someone locked up the rears, heading down into turn 10. Last time round, a 108.3 for Ashley Mason-King. That's more like it from the Super Champs driver. And now we'll have to wait and see when DNHA make their pit stop in the Sodi class. Where do they come out relative to Gold Star Racing? As we are red on circuit, incident down into turn 2. And 2 karts making contact. One of them right in the tyre barriers. The other one beached on the curb. Hopefully they are both okay. So, during this red flag, let's remind everyone of the current standings. King Brothers Racing lead for Modernised Racing and D&H Max Racing. Cole Clark Racing are running in 4th ahead of Spanish Armada and Beanie Sport Racing. Winona Racing and Kerner Sport Racing complete the top 8. And then we make our way into our Sodi class. D&HA Racing lead ahead of Gold Star Racing. Then comes Team MK and Full On Mate Racing Team in a very good P4. Then it's Amateur Hour Racing, driven by us Academy, ahead of the Dysfunctional Racing Team. Team HW were running 3rd at one point, but they have dropped down the field now, ahead of Mostly Furious, which currently has Daniel Varlin at the wheel. Then we have one of the D-Max karts, Team Carnage, followed by Cool Runnings, Frondesdorf Racing, DNHB Racing, BBRN, St. Aubin Strollers, and at the back of the field, Formula None. So I think both drivers are out of their karts and are making their way back towards pit lane. So the karts are now being recovered and pushed back to the pit lane. So we're still under a red flag here at Daytona Milton Keynes. The karts have been recovered back into the pit lane. And they are currently undergoing some quick mechanical checks just to make sure there's nothing wrong with them. And then we will be unred flagging the race and going to full course yellow, and then very shortly after that going green. So the red flag has been cleared and we are under full course yellow. Now apparently there have been some droplets of water coming down. With the karts being stationary for this long, if there is actually a little bit of water around, that is going to mean that these cars won't get temperature into their tyres quickly enough. As Matthew Glazebrook sees a green flag straight around one of the Sodis through turn 9. Now the first available opportunity. We have a few drivers into the pit lane, trying to make the most of that brief full course yellow. And apparently, dysfunctional racing team have had a driver swap as Ellis Seaman is out, and into the kart goes Joe Milburn. As that is Chris Thompson into the pits as well for D&H Max Racing. And I think one more pit stop to go for the squad. No fuel will be going into the kart this time round. Now, where does Chris Thompson come out relative to Cole Clark Racing? He's exiting the pit lane now. Matthew Glazebrook is heading down through turn 5 currently. So is just under a lap behind D&H Max Racing. I'm trying to remember though if they have the same number of pit stops to do. If they both have one pit stop to do, this is not bad for Cole Clark Racing. If they do, then they are not in a good situation at all. Quite a few drivers into the pit lane, including Amateur Hour Racing, who have pitted from P6. Despite the little drizzles, droplets of water that have been making their way down here at Daytona Milton Keynes, the lap times have not really dropped. Well, they haven't dropped. And we're still seeing 108s being set by the likes of D&H Max Racing, Cole Clark Racing. Few cars into the pit lane, including Daniel Varlin for the mostly furious team. And Einert Varlin will be taking over for Daniel. Daniel is just going to do a dummy driver change. Daniel Varden has come out just behind DNHA Racing, albeit a few laps down. 6 in total. The gap at the front of the field is now 15.5 seconds between King Brothers Racing and Modernised Racing. As we enter the final hour of the race, the final third of the race. And where is Chris Tomo in all of this? So here is Chris Thompson through the final corner. And he's just over a lap behind the King Brothers Racing kart. Which has Ashley Mason-King at the wheel going through turn 5. So, with just over a lap separating the top 3, just under an hour to go, I think we could be in for a stadium finish. "17 seconds now between the top 2. And the fastest of the top 3 is DNH Max Racing. The fastest of the top 4 last time round, Cole Clark Racing with Matthew Glazebrook at the wheel. Issue for Matthew is that Cole Clark Racing are a lap down on DNH Max Racing, 2 laps down on King Brothers. Or just over 2 laps down on King Brothers Racing. They're closing in on unlapping themselves. Oh, sorry, they have unlapped themselves, but they are nearly 2 laps down. Sorry. Bit of a battle, heading down into the hairpin of turn 10. Ooh, one kart losing their rear end. We have a kart into the pit lane. Is that the 108 kart? I believe it is. That's Kerner Sport Karters. Or Connor Sport Karters. DNHA racing over the line, still leading. Over a lap ahead of Golf Star Racing currently. But there are some more pit stops to be had. Matthew Glazebrook putting in some good times, a 106.9 last time round. He's taking a second, well actually 3 seconds out of King Brothers Racing on the last lap. As Chris Tomo continues to hunt down Ashley Mason-King. Last time round, able to take 1.5 seconds out of Ashley. The gap is now less than 15 seconds between the top 2. I do really, really want to see some rain. Because if the rain comes down, I think Matthew Glazebrook is going to find even more time than he is already. And it could make this potential, well, what is a 3-way battle for the win? It could turn it into a 4-way battle. And I love 4-way battles. Only thing I like more than a 4-way battle is a 5-way battle. Another high 109 for Ashley Mason-King. Modernised Racing are going to be having that gap down to nearly 10 seconds. It's probably going to be about 12 seconds when they come over the line. Never mind. Modernised Racing also with a high 109. 14.8 seconds behind King Brothers Racing. Spinner at turn 7. I'm just wondering if we're getting more rain because I'm starting to see a few more spins. There isn't a lot of rain though. Not enough for me to be able to visibly see the rain. Dysfunctional team racing. Where are they in class? It's asking Daniel Beadle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th. P9. A lap down on P7, which is Team HW. I'm not quite sure what everything is looking like pit stop wise. Ashley Mason King's coming over the line. Chris Thompson for D&H Max Racing in 3rd is rounding the final corner, just over a lap down on the race leader. Matthew Glazebrook still putting in some really good times for Cole Clark Racing. He's gaining over 2 seconds every single lap on those around him. And if he can keep this going, I reckon Cole Clark Racing can still get a podium. As into the pits is DNHA. So finally, DNHA making, I want to say, their 5th stop. I think they still have one more stop to do. As Hello Dave mentions, I tend to find myself in one-way battles. Me versus the kart. I think you mean a one-way battle. You versus the tyre barriers, my friend. Sorry, that was a little bit uncalled for, but I couldn't help it. As, the opportunity was just staring at me. 116 into the pits. That's Modernised Racing with the black suit and the yellow helmet. And you can see creeping towards the fuel bay. Now, I think, is this going to be their last stop? I think they have one more stop to do after this. That is Chris Harris, who's currently at the wheel for Modernised Racing. And this is going to promote Cole Clark Racing up into 3rd place, at least for now. And I think Cole Clark Racing have just one more stop to go to the end. Same for King Brothers Racing and D&H Max Racing. That being said, I don't think we've seen Nigel Gordon at the wheel. Ed Lau was at the wheel of the kart for about 10-15 minutes. Andy Clark about 5 to 10 minutes. I don't think I've seen Nigel Gordon behind the wheel. I don't know if he is going to be doing the final stint or if they're going to let Matthew Glazebrook go to the end, because Matthew Glazebrook absolutely flying. Is taking another 2 seconds out of the race leaders, King Brothers Racing. Chris Thompson putting in a good lap as well. 1:08.0, 1.5 seconds quicker than King Brothers. Modernised Racing exit the pits out in P4. .45 minutes remaining in the race. Anyone who's fueled up in the last half an hour can go to the end. Maybe any Sodis who have fueled up in the last hour probably can go to the end at this point. Here is Matthew Glazebrook round the final corner. Last time round, 1:07.0. He took 8/10 out of the leading 2. This time round for Matthew Glazebrook, 1:07.3. Still another half a second out of the leading 2. Now Ashley Mason King is going into turn 1 as Chris Thompson is exiting the final corner. And Chris Thompson, I think, has a radio set in. He knows, or maybe he doesn't have a radio set in, but I'm sure his team will be frantically pointing at Ashley Mason King, saying, this is the driver you need to hunt down. And there's only a kart between the two right now. And that is not for position. That is for Chris Thompson and D&H Max Racing to get onto the same lap as King Brothers Racing. We have a few yellow flags out as we have a spinner at turn 4. And Cole Clark Racing, remember, they were leading this race, but they had a trip to the mechanics area, which cost them a whole bunch of time. And it lost them, well, I'm trying to remember how much time it lost them. Probably lost them 2 laps. Otherwise, they would be at the front of this field. But that's how racing goes. Sometimes these little issues happen and you have to be able to adapt to them and just limit the amount of damage that they cause. And apparently we are getting a bit more rain, and I can tell that because I'm seeing a few people moving and I can visibly see the rain coming down. The heavens are starting to open here at Daytona Milton Keynes, and we are going to be seeing a lot of spins happening now. If this rain continues at this rate, there are definitely going to be people spinning, particularly down into turn 10, the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, and into turn 2. Turn 2 is incredibly slippery, just like turn 10. Now, the critical thing in these wet and worsening conditions is to not slow down. Now, I know that sounds strange, but here's how it works. If you slow down, you don't get any heat into your tyres. You then end up losing grip. And it then just becomes a knock-on effect where it continues to get worse and worse. If you keep up the pace, you keep the heat in the tyres, they don't get cool. You can keep pushing while everyone else is slipping and sliding around. It's all about keeping heat in the tyres. I know it sounds very much like Formula 1, and this is only karting, but it does actually work like that. And I felt it firsthand many times. If you catch a yellow flag stuck behind someone slow when the rain starts to come down, you are completely screwed, as we have a spinner in turn 4 who has a very big spin. Well, not a very big spin. It was a 180 under brakes. Last time round then, well, we're starting to see 69s and 70s from the top 5. Cole Clark Racing, a 110.1. Mid to low 109s for King Brothers Racing and D&H Max Racing. As Matthew Glazebrook makes his way through some more back markers. Not going to be a quick lap, considering the amount of traffic he had. Actually, 108.9. A very respectable time. Here is Ashley Mason-King and Chris Thompson for King Brothers Racing and D&H Max Racing, respectively. It's a 109.4, 109.0 for King Brothers. For D&H Max Racing, as they come over the line, a 109.1. So all of the top 3 practically matching lap times. As into the pits comes Modernised Racing. They just made a pit stop recently, so this is probably their final stop now. Come on, we just need a little bit more rain. Oh, Chris Thompson round the outside of turn 9. Wheel on the grass as well. And in these damp conditions, or worsening conditions, that could have been deadly. But he keeps it on the circuit very critically. And Ashley Mason-King is not far away. Mid-69s for King Brothers Racing, D&H Max. Meanwhile, Matthew Glazebrook, 107.9. Still lapping dry times right now for our leaders. For most of the field, in fact. D&HA Racing still leading in the Sodi class from Gold Star Racing and Team MK. Then comes full-on Mate Racing Team. And those 4 are separated by less than 2 laps. As into the pits comes D&HA Racing. Is this going to be a driver change as well? I'm pretty sure it is. And the rain is definitely coming down. So Gold Star Racing make their stop. Sorry, that wasn't D&HA Racing. It was Gold Star Racing. So Gold Star Racing will probably be dropping down from second place. And now we're getting loads of spins down into turn 10. 2 synchronized spins. And that should have been caught beautifully on camera. Daniel Varland crosses the line, and you can see the drivers really tiptoeing their way around through turn 10. As I think, I've missed the pit stop, but DNHA Racing now have Georgina Edwards at the wheel. More spins down at turn 10, spins at turn 2. It is very slippery. This is the perfect opportunity then for Matthew Glazebrook and Cole Clark Racing to gain some serious grounds, and for DNH Max Racing to gain ground on to King Brothers. And we know Matthew Glazebrook is a very competent driver in the wet. Ooh, driver loose the rear end, comes off the brakes, rolls straight into the tyre barriers on the exit of turn 10. Where is Matthew Glazebrook? Here is Matthew Glazebrook coming through turn 9. You can see him just fiddling with the front end, trying to find some grip. And he's doing a very good job of it so far. We'll see what this lap time is then for Matthew Glazebrook. As he comes around the final corner. Should be in the 110 somewhere. So 131.9 for Matthew Glazebrook. It can't be that wet. Did Matthew Glazebrook have a spin somewhere? I think he has, because here is Chris Thompson coming over the line and Ashley Mason-King. And it 126, 125. So Matthew Glazebrook lost 5 seconds on that last lap, but he does now have clean air. Ashley Mason-King coming under pressure then from Chris Thompson. Thompson on the outside, Mason-King on the inside. Switchback then for Chris Thompson and DNH Max. And Chris Thompson has taken DNH Max back onto the lead lap of the race as they pass Ashley Mason-King through turn 4. Here is Matthew Glazebrook into turn 9. I think the rain has started to stop once again. So Matthew Glazebrook powers out of turn 10, gets a really good exit relative to the back marker around him. And into the Glazebrook comes the pits. Into the pits comes the Glazebrook. Seeing as well DNH Max Racing getting ready for their stop. Amy Yerger in the pit lane. Matthew Glazebrook will be doing a dummy stop most likely. And there is Chris Thompson into the pit lane. So this is final stops then for third and second in this race. This might be some fuel as well for Matthew Glazebrook, I think. And he is not going to be taking on fuel, Matthew. So, Cole Clark Racing looking to go to the end then from here with 30 minutes remaining. I just want to have a look at how much fuel is in that tank. There is a bit. And Andy Clark telling Matthew to hurry up as he runs around the kart. And I have to agree with Andy on that. It was a bit of a stroll from Matthew. It's wet, but that doesn't mean you have to be slow around the kart. You're not going to lose traction with your shoes. And Luke is getting ready to get back into the kart as well. William Stevenson will be eagerly awaiting Ashley Mason-King to come into the pit lane, which might be bad news for the DNH Max Racing guys and girls, because they were closing in on King's Brothers Racing, but once Will Stevenson's back behind the wheel of the kart, I don't think they'll be closing in, or at least not closing in as much anymore. I think the rain has stopped once again now. Amy Yerger and DNH Max are going to get a bit more fuel into the kart. That will definitely go to the end. Just over half an hour remaining, 34 minutes to be precise. As DNH Max leave the pit lane. And the question is, do King Brothers Racing still need a fuel stop? If they do, that is very good news for Cole Clark Racing, as it might pull them back into this race. Cole Clark Racing, with that stop, they have, I believe, jumped ahead of D&H Max. Where are they out on circuit? Just trying to see if I can spot Matthew Glazebrook. There he is, making his way down into turn 9. So Matthew Glazebrook is now about 20 seconds ahead of D&H Max Racing. So Cole Clark Racing back into second place. And I don't think they have another stop to do. If they do, they're going to feed out about half a minute behind King. They're going to feed out about half a minute behind D&H Max Racing. As D&HA Racing, I think, have Georgina Edwards at the wheel of the kart. So D&H Max Racing is just Chris Thompson and Amy Yerger. As Georgina Edwards was registered for both teams. I think it's only out for the D&HA kart, which is currently leading the way. As Will Stevenson still waiting. As I think Ashley Mason-King goes over the line to start another lap. Currently 3 laps ahead of Cole Clark Racing. And judging by where Will Stevenson is standing, they might not need any fuel. Or considering that he's moved, maybe he does need fuel. Cole Clark Racing, a 108.2. The lap times have got quicker again. That little shower that we had has now disappeared. I'm not going to lie, I hope you get another shower, a heavier shower, for the final 15 minutes of this race. That would be absolutely fantastic. I say final 15 minutes, we've got another half an hour of racing to go. As into the pits comes one of our Sodis. 107.9 for Matthew Glazebrook, taking a second out of Ashley Mason-King. But I think he's going to need a little bit more than that. Glazebrook over the line once more. And it is another 107 for Matthew Glazebrook in Cole Clark Racing. Now, Gold Star Racing have just unlapped themselves relative to D&HA Racing, but they are still nearly 2 laps down. D&HA Racing do have a pit stop to make extra, but I don't think that's going to make up for the near 2-lap disadvantage that they have. It's been a very good drive for D&HA Racing in the Sodi category. And Will Stevenson now exits the pit lane. Where is Matthew Glazebrook and Cole Clark Racing? There's Matthew Glazebrook coming into turn 9. So, Matthew Glazebrook and Cole Clark Racing are about half a lap behind King's Brothers Racing. With 30 minutes to go, well, Cole Clark Racing have done a really phenomenal job to get themselves back onto the lead lap, considering the issues that they have suffered. But they have a lot more work to go. Let's see what the time gap is. 33 seconds. It is almost exactly half a lap. But Will Stevenson, he's incredibly quick at this circuit. And it's going to require an almighty effort from Matthew Glazebrook to reel him in. So I think I'm seeing Murphy Thompson getting ready to take over for Georgina Edwards. Never mind, that is the DNHB cart, if I'm not mistaken. Number 26. Is that Murphy Thompson? I think so. Unless Rob Thompson has the exact same helmet as Murphy. Who knows? .32 seconds now between Stevenson and Glazebrook. Second gain by Matthew Glazebrook last time round, but Will Stevenson did just have his first lap out of the pit, so can be forgiven for dropping a bit of time, and may have also found himself in a little bit of traffic, as he has just lapped the Gold Star Racing squad. And there goes Georgina Edwards and DNHA over the line. Over a lap clear of Gold Star Racing. I'm still waiting for the final shower of the day. How many more stops for the number 10 cut is being asked in the chat. Mostly furious. I am going to be honest, I have absolutely no idea. I've not been counting their pit stops. So I'm afraid I'm unable to help in that regard. Gold Star Racing, last time round, actually gaining 2 seconds on DNHA Racing. Well, Stevenson puts in a 107.6 and gets the gap to Matthew Glazebrook and Cole Clark Racing back up to 34 seconds as we have a full course yellow out. Sadly for Will Stevenson, he is right behind another kart. And this might work out really well for Matthew Glazebrook and Cole Clark Racing, depending where they are out on circuit. There's Matthew Glazebrook. He's got so much clean air in front of him. In fact, depending on how slow the car in front of Will Stevenson is, Matthew Glazebrook might actually gain about 20 seconds here. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think Matthew Glazebrook, at the end of this full course yellow, he's only going to be about 10 seconds behind Will Stevenson. This full course yellow has worked out phenomenally well for Cole Clark Racing. It might even work out very well for D&H Max as well, because they are in front of this queue of karts that has, well, actually, no. Amy Jürger is third in this queue of karts. So Amy Jürger has come out the worst of everyone. And then Will Stevenson has come out second worst. And Matthew Glazebrook and Cole Clark Racing might have a little smile on their face once Glazebrook sees just how close Will Stevenson is. Well, you get good luck sometimes in racing, and sometimes you get bad luck. Cole Clark Racing had the bad luck with their pits, as into the pits comes the DNHA kart of Georgina Edwards. It's going to be a full stop, or fake stop, dummy stop, around the kart, and back in she will go. And very critically, she's going to come out in front of this train of karts. So they've got a pit stop for nothing. They're going to do a pit and maybe actually gain time from it. Matthew Glazebrook hasn't quite been able to catch up to the back of this train. He's behind the Academy kart driven by us Academy. So it could have been a little bit better for Matthew Glazebrook, but he still can't really complain about how things have panned out for him. He'll fly past the Academy kart into turn 10, and all Matthew Glazebrook needs now is a little bit more drama and a lot of pace. And we know Matthew Glazebrook is a very talented driver, the current Sodi lightweight champion. He needs to dig deep and find all of his pace to reel in the race leader, who is going to be getting stuck, I think, behind Amy Jürger in a second. And considering Amy Jürger is just under a lap behind, I don't think she's going to allow Will Stevenson through without a very, very hard fight. Now, the question is for Matthew Glazebrook. He's caught this big train of karts heading into the carousel. How quickly can he navigate this field? And it is raining. The rain is really coming down. It is absolutely chucking it down out on circuit. And this is going to add a little bit more drama to the mix, especially coming out of a full course yellow. Tyres would be cool. And Georgina Edwards is pointing at her kart. I think pointing at the weight on her kart. She's coming back into the pits. There is something going on with that Sodi, and has this cost DNHA Racing the race win? Loads of spins happening down into turn 10. Someone has really lost their back end on the exit of turn 2. Will Stevenson has been able to pass Amy Jürger, and here is Matthew Glazebrook. He's stuck in this yellow flag zone, so he's going to lose about 2 or so seconds behind the other D-Maxes. But now that he's past the incident, he can finally get back on the power. And Georgina Edwards is making the final stop now for the DNHA squad. Murphy Thompson? Lawrence Vines jumping behind the kart. And that is going to be their final stop of the day. Now, they were on the same lap as Gold Star Racing. A pit stop under full course yellow. And now a pit stop in these wet conditions. It might have worked out really well for DNHA Racing. And they probably knew rain was coming. And they wanted to wait for the optimal time to make this stop. Here's Will Stevenson, then Amy Jürger, and then is Matthew Glazebrook, followed by the modernised racing kart. So the top 4 D-Max karts are, well, the top 4 visibly out on circuit. As into the pits comes Amy Jürger. This is the final stop for DNH Max. Is Matthew Glazebrook going to follow in? No, he's staying out. So this does mean that DNH Max Racing is going to fall behind modernised racing as a result. Now, the thing that I don't get is they had a full course yellow. Why didn't DNH Max pit under the full course yellow? They had a perfect opportunity to make their stop, but instead they've lost about, well, they would have been over a lap ahead of where they currently are. I think DNH Max have completely messed up the strategy here. Question is, do Modernised Racing have another pit stop to do? And just a quick notice to the paddock. In 2.5 minutes, we will be closing the fuel bay. So about 2 minutes now. So if you do have another fuel stop to do, I advise you to get your driver in as quickly as possible. The lap times have started to improve once again. A 1 minute 20.4 for Stevenson. And this time round, a 1:18.2. Matthew Glazebrook is just about a second or so slower than Will Stevenson. Over the line then for Glazebrook, 1:19.7. He drops 1.5 seconds. The gap is 15 seconds. Remember, it was 30 seconds. Now just 15. All because of one full course yellow and where Will Stevenson was positioned. Question is, does Stevenson and Glazebrook have another pit stop to do? Does Modernised Racing have another pit stop to do as well, for that matter? Well, I've been very much enjoying the little showers we've been having here at Daytona Milton Keynes. The NHA Racing still leading in the Sodi class ahead of Gold Star Racing. I'm trying to see if I can spot where Georgina Edwards is out on circuit. Sorry, it's not Georgina Edwards anymore. It is Lawrence Vines. There is Lawrence Vines heading into turn 2 now. And where is Gold Star Racing? One minute 14s for both Matthew Glazebrook and Will Stevenson. As a track is just getting rid of any of that little remaining water from the sprinkle that we had earlier. And drivers are getting heat back into their tyres, and the times are dropping once again. We should be back into the sub-110s very soon, unless we get a bit more rain. Matthew Glazebrook, who lost about 5 or so seconds. Actually, I don't think it would have mattered. Even if Matthew Glazebrook hadn't made that mistake, he would have been in the same position on circuit. The fuel bay is now closed, as I think I'm starting to see some rain coming down again. Matthew Glazebrook crosses the line once more. 15 seconds, 1 minute 15s for the pair of them. And that is definitely rain. Our third sprinkle of the day. The first one was very, very short. It made no difference whatsoever. Second one definitely made a difference, but again was short, started to dry up. It hasn't fully dried up since that second sprinkle, and now we have the third shower of rain. 15 seconds is what Matthew Glazebrook needs to gain over the final 15 minutes of this race. But he needs to catch the absolute rocket that is Will Stevenson. Here is Stevenson making his way down into turn 9. We have a spinner on the exit of turn 9. And where is Matthew Glazebrook? Should be coming into view any moment now. There he is. So a 1 minute 22 for Will Stevenson. Now, it's going to be a bit slower for Matthew Glazebrook because he's had to do more of this lap in the wet condition. And 1 minute 23. So actually not that much slower for Matthew Glazebrook, but he's catching up to this big train of karts. And while Stevenson's exiting turn 5, Matthew Glazebrook is only exiting turn 3. Are there any more pit stops to be had? Any more dummy driver changes? Here's Will Stevenson making his way into turn 9. We've got a spin on the exit of turn 1. And here's Matthew Glazebrook heading down into turn 9, hunting down Amy Yerger to put a lap between himself and the 4th place kart. The modernised racing car is losing a fair bit of time to D&H Racing. As into the pits comes the number 10 kart of Mostly Furious to serve a penalty. That is Daniel Varlin at the wheel. And we're now into the 130s, 19 seconds between your top two. Yeah, the rain is fully coming down. We are in full wet conditions at this point. And I'm starting to regret the fact that I left my coat in the car. Where's Stevenson? Here he is coming through turn 9. And Spinner's on the entry to 10. Spinner on the exit of turn 10. Here is Matthew Glazebrook on the back straight. Just trying to see where the modernised racing kart is. Amy Yerger is within a lap. Half spin for one of the D&H karts. Here is modernised racing coming into turn 9. Last time round, a 131 for Will Stevenson. Matthew Glazebrook then is going to come over the line. And it's a 138. Well, everything that he gained under that full course yellow, Matthew Glazebrook has now lost. Amy Yerger with a 135.8, modernised racing a 138.6. But Amy Yerger needs to gain that kind of 3 seconds every single lap from here on to the end. Ten minutes remaining in the race. And this race is almost done and dusted. I'm still thinking, what if D&H Max had just made their pit stop at the right time under that full course yellow, they would be in the top 3. And now they're about to be lapped by Matthew Glazebrook, who's trying to muscle his way round the outside of the final corner. And Amy Yerger's into the pits again. Do D&H Max have yet another driver change that they had to do? Never mind. I think it is a trip to the sin bin for Amy Yerger. And it's just going from bad to worse for D&H Max. This final 30 minutes has been absolutely horrendous for them. And this is going to cement modernised racing to taking 3rd place. Now, Driven by Us Academy are hunting down Team MK at a vast rate of knots. Whoever's at the wheel for the Driven by Us Academy car is very, very quick in these wet conditions. Now, it is practically the fastest out on circuit, alongside, actually, Daniel Varlan for Mostly Furious and the DNHA racing kart of Lawrence Vines. But those three are absolutely rapid. Last time round, Driven by Us Academy took about 12 seconds out of Team MK. And if they can keep that going, I reckon they can take second place. Attention paddock, just to let everyone know, we're going to have podium presentations indoor after the race for, well, obvious reasons. Last time round, Driven by Us Academy, that's 65. Where are they out on circuit? That is the number 12 kart. It's another 65. So they're gaining about 10 seconds every lap, but they only have about 7 minutes to go, which is about 3 or 4 laps. So they need Team MK to be making a few more mistakes. Now, where is Team MK on track? Last time around, Gold Star Racing taking 4 seconds out of DNHA Racing, but I think they are a fair bit back. Team MK have just crossed the line. They're heading into turn 2 now. And I'm just wondering, where is the Driven by Us Academy kart? Team MK have just put in a 1 minute 54. 1 minute 45 by Driven by Us Academy. So they're probably going to lose another 10 seconds on this upcoming lap. Over the line goes Matthew Glazebrook, 37 seconds down on Will Stevenson. Rain still coming down here in Milton Keynes. 62.4. Sorry, 1 minute 42.4 for Gold Star Racing. 1 minute 48.2 for DNHA Racing. So another 6 seconds gained by Gold Star Racing. Can they actually pull this off? That's a 1 minute 41.9 by Driven by Us Academy. They took 13 seconds out of Team MK. I think we're going to have two very, very late battles for, well, third and for potentially first as well. Trying to remember who's at the wheel for DNHA. I'm pretty sure it's Lawrence Vines. So that's the blue suit and blue helmet that I think is going through turn 4 now. And where is Gold Star Racing? DNHA Racing, a 1 minute 52 last time round. Gold Star Racing, well, 1 minute 42 on the last lap. We'll see what it is this time round. I think this is Gold Star Racing heading through the hairpin of turn 10 currently. Driven by Us Academy, a 1 minute 41.9 on the last lap. Gold Star Racing taking 11 seconds out of DNHA. Driven by Us Academy taking 11 seconds out of Team MK. Who is that in the pits? We got 3 karts into the pits. Well, that is some late drama. I can't see the kart numbers from up here. I'm sure I'll see some slow lap times appearing very shortly. 4 minutes remaining. It's about 2 to 3 laps then for our Sodis. Is that enough time for Gold Star Racing to make this late comeback work? Only 4 seconds out of DNHA race. Well, 1 minute 45 for DNHA Racing, so they found another 5 seconds on that last lap. The rain is still coming down. I think we need another 5 or so minutes for there to be changes in positions. Driven Bias Academy taking another 13 seconds out of Team MK. But I don't think there are enough laps. Only going to be 2 more laps. The last lap board is coming out then for Will Stevenson. And there is a full course yellow, as I'm not quite sure what's happened. Someone loosed the back end down into turn 10. Well, it was a really good late charge then for both Gold Star Racing and Driven by Us Academy. Driven by Us Academy, the quickest in these wet conditions, but too little, too late. Also some very quick times as well from the DNHB Racing team as well, may I add. So, kart on the exit of turn 5 is stopped, which means we're going to be finishing this race under full course yellow. Dysfunctional Racing team currently down in P8. 2 laps down off the likes of Mostly Furious and Amateur Hour Racing, and a lap down on Team HW. But here is Will Stevenson making his way into turn 10. And he's not even looking to overtake the Sodi kart. He just wants to take the checkered flag. And it's been a very good drive then for Will Stevenson and everyone in the King Brothers Racing camp. And they will take the race win for our 3 hours of Daytona Milton Keynes in July. But very close in the end then. Here comes this big group of karts under full course yellow as well. I've got to be honest, I'm not sure what the gap is between the top 2 and then 3rd and 4th in the Sodi class, but DNHA Racing will be taking the checkered flag. And where is Lawrence Vines? There he is, through turn 1. Cracking drive for Lawrence Vines and everyone else in that DNHA Racing team. Murphy Thompson, Georgina Edwards. In the end, the late full course yellow that we saw, Georgina Edwards pitting, swapping with Lawrence Vines, was enough for them to take the win. I think if they had done that pit stop under normal racing conditions, I actually reckon Gold Star Racing would have won this one. It got that close towards the end. But with that said, that is all of our action done and dusted. In the D-Max class, King Brothers Racing take the win from Cole Clark Racing, Modernized Racing, DNH Max Racing and Spanish Armada. And in the Sodi class, while DNHA Racing win there with Gold Star Racing taking second ahead of Team MK driven by S Academy. A phenomenal final stint, but in the end, just not enough. Mostly Furious will come home in P5 ahead of Amateur Rail Racing, Team HW, Dysfunctional Racing Team, and Cool Runnings. With that, I'm going to sign off on the broadcast on YouTube and here in the Tannoy, and I'll see everyone up in the pavilion for drivers' presentations shortly. And just another shout out then to everyone over on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you have enjoyed this broadcast, and I'll see you all for the next round of the Super Champs, the start of Season 3 of 2023 Super Champs, which is coming in about a month's time. It should be fantastic, and there'll be more endurance races to come as well. See you all next time. Goodbye.